All right, welcome. This is the Pale Beyond. I actually meant to start around the day of release, but things happened and they had some bugs anyway. So it sounds like they got most of the major bugs fixed up. So we're going to just start a new game from here. Yep. Branch 1 of 40. Oh, the air bee's cold. Oh, the air bee's cold of flake and white, as the sailor begs their pledge. Out in the ice they'll stake a claim, to the ice they'll pray that leads reveal, that in the dark they'll brace themselves, for horror's still ahead. Of homes they'll dream to the souls around, of glory found. Of homes they'll dream, of warmth long lost, and chased to the frost world's edge. A hunger draws the desperate here. It's one that can't be fed, such lonely souls need lead. Its calling so's to spread. A hunger draws the desperate here. Such lonely souls need lead. What will ye do when steel hearts break and courage does abscond? I'll lead these souls to help the gods. I'll do what must be done indeed. I'll learn to live a life out here. I'll do what must be done indeed, out in the pale beyond. So, I see that it's called the Temperance. This is not the ship that I know we're going to look for. If you saw any of the demo, I didn't catch this, but the ship that we are on is called the Temperance, and this one is sunk. So, begin your journey. Oops. The tea in your hand has long since gone cold. I do prefer coffee in the morning, but I wouldn't turn my nose away from. So I guess how I'm going to play Shaw, I believe is the first mate's name. I think I'm going to play him as not really much of a complainer, kind of a stoic guy, but that will just be his own person. I think he will try to navigate his crew, not really upsetting people, but trying to So stoic in his own character, so he won't complain about much. But yeah, I do want to try and walk a fine line, not really piss people off, make my crewmates upset, but put their own lives, let's see, take into account their wishes, but put their lives first, if that makes sense. So he's willing to upset them if he thinks that it is going to be more beneficial to the expedition in the long run. So it's perfectly adequate. Let's see, looking around the room, you can make out a collection of military books. On the desk is a ship in a bottle. A metronome ticks away steadily. I find it rather calming. The dedicated rhythm soothes the senses. It stops. Keep waiting. You hear footsteps climbing the stairs that brought you here. The door behind you swings open. The captain bounced past you to the other side of the desk. Do you have all your teeth? Opens mouth. You bare your teeth to the man. Good. Could never be too careful. The captain sits down. It's the little things that you can lose people to. Are you speaking from experience? How many people have died under your supervision? I think that the realities of ship life, surely we've seen people die, especially if we spent any amount of time at sea. So I would say if Shaw wants his primary objective of an expedition to be bringing people back safely, then it's anything more than 0 would be more than I'd care to admit. Can you remember their faces? I think this depends on like how long we've been in the service. I'm trying to think, like, maybe this doesn't, I mean, obviously, maybe this doesn't matter at all, but I think it's important. This is a narrative-driven game. Does our Shaw remember their faces? Honestly, like on a ship, depending on their size, there's a good chance you won't even remember faces of most people. Like maybe someone under your command you don't even remember. Yeah, I think I'm ashamed to admit they faded. Please take a seat. Thank you. The chair is uncomfortably large. The seat feels worn. I'm Captain Hunt. The pleasure is mine, Robin Shaw. I mean, this is his show. Let's wait for him to continue. I hope you weren't waiting too long. It's fine. There's been a lot of candidates. Some good, some bad. Interesting mix. I'm sure you understand the need for discretion. This all seems a bit convoluted for a sailing job. Let's see. The advert said, I don't think he's cared about glory. I'm not in the habit of trumpeting my work to every would-be sailor on the street. I need to know if you're right for the job. First, he looks down at his list of questions. Were you born a landlubber or a sea dog? I want to go ahead and do sea dog. I did say do that. Well, we can do I'm sorry here first. This gives a... I'm asking where you crawled out of. It's all right. We're all sorts here. So yeah, it gives a little informational about what it is. So landlubbers, they're raised within imperial society. They generally live their lives on land in those cities, and they're rare on the sea. And if they are there, they're usually like officer class. Saltborn, they're mainly people who live on the sea, sailing crews. And the third option, the Mutwash, they tend to be well-traveled and well-experienced, a good mix of land and sea, but they struggle to be accepted by either group. I want to go with Saltborn. I think that fits our Shaw. He's going to be experienced on the sea, but he wants people to come back, mainly because most of them are Saltborn like himself, and, he wants them to survive. He's sympathetic to to them. And he was lucky enough to become officer class. The ocean, same as yourself. I'm salt, born and bred. Military experience. I went with merchant in the demo. I kind of like, it says sailed the merchant lines 12 years. I like that it says that it actually gives him a number on his years of experience, so that we know Shaw is at least relatively old, maybe 40s or so. And I'm just pulling that out of my ass. I have no idea how long it would take to become a first mate on a ship, but he's saltborn, 12 years of experience. I think that makes sense. Sailed the merchant lines 12 years. Very good. What did you trade in? I think that's probably anything. He nods. Have you ever fired a weapon? Yes. Have you ever killed a man, directly or otherwise? No. Okay, so the or otherwise. I would assume that maybe there are orders that we gave on the ship that a person died from, but they were never orders to kill a man. So, like, we never ordered someone to, make someone walk the plank or something, and they died from drowning or sharks or whatnot. You're not married, are you? Of course not. You better not have a death wish. One must believe they'll return to justify leaving in the first place. Any less, and you're doing yourself a disservice. Months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return. That didn't deter you, did it? It's to be expected, surely. I thought it blunt, but it's proven remarkable at weeding out the weak and the pretend. We're here to find the ship in that bottle. The Viscount. Heard of it? No, enlighten me. He clears his throat. 5 years ago, she set sail on a research expedition towards the Dead Peninsula. They were trying to find and study the absolute magnetic south. Did they... I think that's just too blunt. It's also not really... I think Shaw would be more verbose if he was asking a question. If they found it, I might have heard of them. She never came back. Her last known location was 200 miles south of land, presumably lost to the ice. 5 years is a bit late for a rescue operation. They're probably dead. Alive or not, their research is supposedly of extreme importance. And we're supposed to be chasing that research. Alright, you have my attention. The captain smiles. Here's what we do know. Not one person or thing has been heard from the Viscount since it first left port. Until now. Until now. Someone was found who claims to have been on that ship. Where are they now? Dead, but their testimony seems to have outlived them. Those with more money than sense want that old ship. That's the job. If I don't pick the first mate, somebody else will, and, well, my judge of character's gotten me this far. One of our crew. Quite the mix, a work in progress. Some I've known for years. They get in on trust and experience. Others, well, they interview. You don't have a full crew already? Not entirely. A different undertaking than usual. We do have transport, though. We'll be traveling on board the Temperance. She's a beauty, greenwood, generational. Not many like it left these days. The Viscount and the Temperance. They're sister ships, built together, sent out into this world to die alone. Poetic. Indeed, I like to think one calls out for the other. The captain looks at the bottled ship. So what do you think? I don't think at this point, I think Shaw would accept the reality that if they're out on the ice 5 years, they're dead. So, yeah, it's not that much to go on. No, it isn't. The captain checks his watch. Anyway, I think I've heard enough. The captain stands up. We leave in a month. Welcome aboard, Shaw. Proverbially speaking. Obviously I have the job. I don't know what I know about Hunt. Don't you need more information? Not if I'm a captain worth his salt. I work with people, not professions. I'd sooner trust a good carpenter than a cruel sailor to save me from drowning. But alas, I'll see you on the Temperance. I have a good feeling about you, Shaw. Thank you, Captain. The captain makes his way to the door and you follow. You arrive on the docks a month to the day. Before you lies a ship. The letters on its side read Temperance. You walk the cobble to the boarding ramp. Beside it is a sharply dressed man overseeing the loading of cargo. Can I just say, what a beautiful game. They've done a good job with the art. He turns to you with a stern expression. You can feel his eyes assessing you. Oh, he's saltboarding as well. He's quick to inspect you for ink. Another sailor for the fold, mid-deck with the others. You reach out your hands for a handshake. His hands remain behind him. Please let me know who you are so I can place you on the correct deck. I'm Robin Shaw. I don't think we throw around our designation so much. I'm Robin Shaw. Oh, of course, that would make you the captain's choice for first mate, correct? I'm Mr. Templeton. I shall be operating as the chief science officer on this expedition. I'm also the incumbent representative of our benefactor. Ah, we forgot to ask about who's who's financing this operation. Do, however, consider myself and my team at your at you and the captain's disposal. Mr. Templeton, I look forward to working together. I expect you to be up for the task. Some of the layabouts Hunt hired are questionable at best. No doubt I needn't inform you of your duties. You're second only to Captain Hunt himself. Though I must warn you that you have quite the task ahead. The rabble I've spent the afternoon sorting are the same that you'll have to whip into shape. Punctuality, schedule, a strict adherence is what we need if this expedition is to succeed. I expect you to be the organized sort. You would not have been assigned to the role otherwise. I doubt there will be much issue. We can only hope. but your role is more strenuous than it would first seem. Let me know when you're ready to depart. I'm certain you're eager to be back on the ocean. The less valuable time we waste here, the better. You'll be gone for quite a while. It will be some time before you see the city again. So I guess we take one last look at the city. A young man. A young man stands at the ramp, steeling himself for the journey ahead. Hesitantly, he begins to drag his feet up the ramp and onto the ship. I believe, based on that silhouette, that was actually the doctor. Alright. Hunt's description of the ship was accurate, near identical to the Viscount, barring some modern additions. Negative 10 degrees. It's kind of cold. Oh, I don't remember this full meter being here. Maybe the negative 10 degrees was, but I don't remember the icicle things. All right, let's set sail. Week 1. Just lower the sound a little bit. It's been a month. Alright, where are we at here? I like the music, but I don't know if it's too loud for my voice. I think it seems alright. Okay. First Mate Shaw, personal log. It's been 1 month since I signed on, and 1 week since we've set sail aboard the Temperance. I'm told the waters will get warmer as we pass the hemisphere, before they turn colder. The Temperance. I've never been on a ship like this before. An abomination. I think she's pretty awesome. A technical marvel, elegant machinery expertly weaved through one of the fastest hardwood ships of its day, reborn for this mission, breathing again with life. She's simply magnificent. Let's see, let's talk about the crew. There are now 22 of us, including the captain. Our next port will be our last before we enter the ice to pick up the remaining 4 members of the crew, the scouting team. Hunt is also keen to work out a deal on a pack of sledding dogs. The crew are a strange lot, eclectic as the ship itself. As for its master, he's mostly kept to his quarters so far. I'm not sure what to make of our leader. Have I heard the rumors? What are they? He's impulsive. He's far too impulsive. His day-to-day decisions seem driven by instinct. It would surprise me if everybody was interviewed with the same... It wouldn't surprise me if everyone was interviewed with the same haste as I. Perhaps I'm too quick to judge. Again, we're less the impulsive type, hopefully. Who's paying for this? I can't help but wonder who's footing the bill for all this. Certainly not the captain. Such exquisite modifications to the ship mustn't have come cheap. Would we be interested? I think we would be interested only in such that if it becomes necessary to determine the success or failure. of this particular expedition. Sign off. One of Hunt's sailors approaches. Joe. So this is Joe. Captain wants you at the helm. He leaves. The forecastle doors appears to be locked. You ascend the stairs to the stern and find the old captain manning the helm of the ship. Ah, Robin, lovely day for it, isn't it? It is indeed, Captain. Indeed. It's days like these I make sure to do my share of the sailing. He winks. I think Shaw would also want to do the sailing, take the helm. And this is this is not in line with our Shaw. I don't think he would be... Well, first, he wouldn't make that kind of judgment. And second, even if he did make that judgment, he wouldn't say it aloud. Let him continue. He thinks for a moment before stepping aside and stretching out a wrinkled hand. Merchant, did you ever take the helm in the merchant navy, or were you stuck carrying crates? Here, why don't you try? Take the wheel. You grip the wheel of the ship and feel the weight of the waves in your hand, or in your arms. The memory in your muscles rear themselves as you begin to move in time with the ship and the wind. Ah, it reminds me how much I love Sea of Thieves. Easy. There, you have it. The captain pats you on the back. Fantastic. Now try to get a sense of where we are. Get some perspective. Oh, that is definitely not enough zoom. Hold on. Zooming speed. I think the panning speed's actually okay. Maybe 5. Let's put this all the way up. Panning is perfectly fine. Zoom kind of sucks. Doesn't seem to be changing. Oh well. He takes the wheel back from you. I think I'll drink the morning in a little longer. Would you mind preparing my quarters for the day's work? There's much to do. So this is locked. The Crow's Nest currently stands unoccupied. The scouting team are expected to join at next port. On the desk, you make out a variety of papers, notes, and maps, as well as a sealed letter with a stamp you recognize as the mark of the Apperton Tinning Company. So, maybe, let's make some deductions here. Maybe the Apperton Tinning Company is paying for this expedition. But, if that's the case, why would they want to find a ship, a research ship, looking for the absolute magnetic south? Yeah. Okay. The desk itself is suspended with ropes to keep it safely in place. Interesting. I wonder if they actually did things like that. Alright. A classical painting depicting sailors doing battle with a kraken. An ode to an old folk story of the great Captain Samus's dance with the Salt Kings. A tub. A pristine furnished tub secured to the floor. A luxury to be had on the ice. Take requests. You take a seat at the end of the room. The captain joins you. Now let's run through our provisions before taking requests. To start, there's 23 souls signed onto this expedition, ourselves included. That's 16 free to be assigned to tasks, if they aren't already busy. The rest are deployed to their permanent stations. So, okay. You're only able to deploy crew who you have discovered. They must be in good health and not otherwise deployed to another post. So I know 3 people, and I think none of them can be deployed. One is Shaw, one is me, and one is Templeton. And all 3 of us, I would assume, are permanently stationed as the leader of the science team, the leader of the ship, and the second in command. We'll be picking up the scouting crew at the next port. A lot of us also seem to be in good spirits. The expedition will end tearing itself apart if you end the week with no decorum left. We have enough provisions for at least 6 months in case of emergency. If you cannot afford the minimum food rations at the end of the week, crew will become malnourished. Unless cured, the malnourished status will develop into scurvy, a severe status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them at the end of a week. All right, 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. Got a ticket in, seeing if I actually needed to deal with it. Okay, so malnourished. So you need the minimum to avoid malnourished, and they cannot be assigned. So that sounds bad. And more than enough fuel to see us there and back. Colder temperatures will increase the minimum fuel required at the end of a week. If you cannot afford that minimum fuel, crew will become freezing. Okay, so malnourished and freezing. Unless cured, the freezing status develops into frostbite, a severe status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them at the end of a week. Okay. The sledding dogs. Well, there's still a matter of negotiation. Dogs will be needed to send sledding teams out to gather resources on the ice. Sending hunts out further requires a greater amount of dogs. They will rest and become available between the weeks. Now, on to work. Oh, I see. A sailor enters. We found a stowaway in the lower hold. Bring them in. Another sailor enters, leading a young man by their side. You know, you're not the first stowaway I've had. The captain studies them further. You know where we're heading, don't you? I do, sir. The ice. Did you know that before you climbed inside that crate? I did, sir. How old are you? You're hardly a useful pair of hands. Not true. I can pull my weight, sir. Do you know your Jaboon from your bowsprit? Hell if I do. I do. I learned it all from my dad. Your dad. He's Ward's son. Followed him on board back in the city. What should we do with him, Captain? Well, Shaw? Hunt eyes you up. Your first mate. What should we do with him? So wait a minute. Let's think this through. We're on... Like, if we leave him here, he should be away from... Like, where's he got to go? His dad's here. Presumably, like, Presumably, he stowed away from wherever we came from, which was a week away already by sea. I guess he could get passage going back, but it doesn't seem like he has any place to go. Well, Hunt is asking us, so this is not a good. He obviously knows that he can make the decision. He wants to see what we're doing. Let's keep him aboard. Hunt squints. Why? We don't have time to accommodate this. If the boy wants to freeze to death, we'll let him. I don't think that's how Shaw would do it. He's clearly here because his father is. It would be wrong to separate them again. You need all the help you can get. This young man wants to help. I don't think this is quite what Shaw's thinking, but he's probably thinking, you know, his father's here. Where's the kid got to go? Better let... I mean, you know, maybe he can help out some. His dad's here. Yeah. Let's go with this, I guess. Alright, boy. Consider yourself part of the crew. Be sure to keep your nose clean and follow orders. I will. Thank you, sir. Captain, not sir. Aye, Captain. Stowaway joins the two sailors below deck, now a member of the crew. Well, it seems the litter has a new runt. I hope the rest won't mind sharing their rations. What of the father? I doubt he intended for this to happen. We'll keep an eye on both of them. I suppose you're right. Well, that matter's sorted. Cordell, have you agreed upon my conditions? To the point, eh? Shaw, this is Lady Cordell. Cordell here is to provide us with the kennel of hounds for the sleds, and our agreement was that she would train them up until we part ways at the nearest island, but... You neglected to inform me that you were bringing my dogs through the Pale Passage. I had no intention of sending the pack to its death. You seem to have good faith in this expedition. It's one thing to ask for my whole kennel, it's another to drag them into the ice to chase a myth. Never before has a buyer been so dishonest, and never before has a seller made such strong demands. And what exactly are these demands? She demands we allow her to come along on the expedition as a member of the crew. None on this ship have the experience and familiarity with these dogs that I possess. If you are taking them to such a brutal location, they will need me to guide them if they have any chance of survival. The humans on board too, of course. Of course. You can see my dilemma, Shaw. We've just accepted a stowaway. Bringing on another member of the crew is a risk, but our hands may be tied. Your thoughts. I believe this is probably... Shaw would see the value in having the expert of the sled dogs here. I think. I mean, heck, I see the utility of it. You know, keep the person who raised and trained the dogs here, and put her to work in keeping our valuable resource useful. The only downside would be an extra mouth to feed, and a good point, Shaw. He turns to her. This deal is already to your benefit. Do you have anyone on board with extensive training in the management and ruling of dogs? Your sleds are useless if you can't control the dogs efficiently enough to haul them, and I would like to ensure my dogs are treated properly. Welcome aboard, Cordell. Your knowledge should prove valuable. Invaluable. I'll have a room prepared for you. Below deck. No need. You'll find me in the forecastle with the dogs. She leaves. Hope I'm not making a mistake, Shaw. 14 dogs. Finish requests. Now that that's all settled, I have one more errand for you to run. Could you grab the Stoke brothers and order them to meet me up deck after dinner? Hefty lads, red hair, you couldn't mistake them for another. Hefty lads, red hair, you couldn't mistake them for another. He obviously wants us to find them. The Stoke brothers, who are they? Do you require me for this meeting? No. This isn't a matter the first officer needs concern themselves with. They'll be down on the middle deck. In the meantime, you should grab a copy of the crew manifest and get acquainted with more of the crew. Very cool looking. Okay, nothing in the cabin. Okay. It's like, what's happening here? Forecastle. The forecastle door appears to be locked. You can hear the kennel master preparing the room inside. Upon closer inspection, you make out the ship's photographer, Kasha Belfort, balanced on the ship's mast with her camera lining up a photo. How's the view up there? Oh. You startle the woman, causing her to fall and nearly drop her camera. Let's help her. You help her retrieve the device and untangle herself from the rigging. That was a close shave, Officer Shaw. It's about time I met the first officer of this ship. Kasha Belfort. Nice to meet you, Kasha. I suppose there was some sort of rule against what I was doing up there. Deepest apologies, but sometimes there's a shot you just cannot pass up. An accomplished photographer, Kasha Belfort won the Fentler Prize, the highest honor in journalism, for her work covering plague outbreaks and riots in the capital. It came as a surprise to many that such a reputable journalist would take such an interest in this expedition. There was scarcely any chance of Hunt or the benefactor turning her away. You expected someone of her accolades to be older, more experienced. This is likely her first time on the sea like this. Inexperience is a matter of interest, but her accolades speak for themselves. The cold game. Picture that as a header. For the piece on this voyage, I'm trying to come up with a snappy name. Nobody will read it if the title sounds like the work of an amateur. I'm not the creative type. I'm sure you'd know better. Kasha tilts her head and grits her teeth, holding an inner debate with herself. Maybe not. How about Hunt's Incredible Voyage? Too fantastical? I suppose I'll find the right name when the time comes. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Apologies. I'm just a little excited. I've never been on a voyage like this. I suppose in your experience, the open ocean is the home of the mundane. Though, so I suppose you never traveled this far south on the merchant lines. You know who I am. Of course, I thoroughly researched the crew of the Temperance. May seem somewhat excessive, but I feel it's necessary for a proper chronicling, that and plenty of pictures. Don't worry, Shaw, you don't have a reputation that sets you apart from the rest. A celebrity like Kurt Darling's presence will dwarf any rumors that could form around you. That reminds me, he'll be joining us at next port. I should get his picture at some point. Kasha holds up her camera with a sense of pride before holding it up to her face. Stand still, Shaw. Captain sent me to grab a copy of the manifest. Oh yes, I'm putting together a manifest of the crew for you. She hands you an annotated document. Here it is, the crew manifest. So, we know... Actually, I don't know that... So these are 4. Okay. So some of these guys are locked, so they can't be used. Oh, so Hunt is actually a muttwash, not a saltborn. Landborn, saltborn. Oh, that's me. Okay. Science officer, landborn. I thought he was saltborn. Okay. Okay, I got it wrong. So... Wait. Close this. It's a work in progress. The scout team are to join us at next port, and the captain's forbidden me from the boiler room. If you could ask the others to get their portraits taken, I'd be very grateful. Don't want to leave anyone out. I'll see what I can do. I'll not disturb you of your work any further, officer. I have a few more shots I want to get before the sun lowers anyhow. Safe shots, officer. Don't worry. You leave her to her work. Still locked. You can hear the kennel master preparing the room. Alright, let's meet people. You spot a large man with a youthful gait, carrying a heavy crate over his shoulder with relative ease. Oh, you're Officer Shaw. Gives a bright, warming smile. 2 Johns. That's what they call me. I'm sure you'll get your nickname later. 2 Johns attempts to offer a handshake but loses control of the crate. He struggles before firmly holding it in place with both hands. Maybe later. Work awaits. Okay, so now we've met 2 Johns. Okay, there we go. That's a bit much now. I wonder if the... okay. Let's go down. So here's our 2... He's redhead, obviously. He does not necessarily look redhead, but You find yourself almost knocking over a man carrying a heavy pot. Careful, careful. You almost got drenched in broth. You're the ship's cook, are you not? Apologies, I'm in a rush on a request for Hunt. Indeed I am, and I've got a full plate on my hands. Pardon the pun. You hear a roar from the other side of the door. Boy, what's holding you up? The cook shakes his head with a smile and chuckles slightly to himself. He grabs a large pot and prepares to make his way to the hungry crew before turning his head to you. If you don't mind, could you carry that tray of biscuits behind me? Carry the tray. You grab the plate and follow the cook out the door and to the table where the crew are waiting with bated breath. Upon the cook's arrival, the sailors let out a rowdy cheer. The ship's cook, placing the broth upon the table. Trust me, fellas, this one's worth the wait. The cook speaks with a tone of pride as he ladles the broth into the bowls of the crew. Oi, one at a time, you animals. Ward, you're awfully handsy for only one arm. Piss off, Junior. Got some bread here, too. Grab it fast before Tucker beats you to it. The crew laughs and are merry as Junior guides you back through the kitchen. We weren't properly introduced. Robin Shaw, right? I've been keeping track of all the new crew. Yorn Stokes, but nobody calls me that. You'll hear them call me Junior. You should do the same. No idea why Hunt picked someone he's never worked with as first mate, but you seem the helpful sort. Glad to have you aboard. My brother and I are among Hunt's most tenured crew. It's not often he'll hire outsiders, but I suppose this job is too big for just the usual suspects. Junior should be obvious. He's the younger brother. You seem popular. Well, you know what they say about the hand that feeds. Besides, half the crew I've known for years. You don't spend that much time on the ship with folk without learning all about them. Hunt wished to see you as soon as possible. Ah yes, good old Hunt. Never a rest on this ship, let me tell you. Especially when Hunt takes a liking to you. Wait, I didn't get to talk to the brother. I guess call the crew for dinner. The crew have their meal. It passes in relative silence. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Twilight falls. What the heck? I didn't get to meet the other guy. Over dinner, you overhear the newly picked up stowaway speaking with a one-armed man. But you're lucky Hunt didn't throw you overboard. Half a mind to do that myself. Come on, I'm here to help. Better know that involves work. Don't expect special treatment. I won't. You're an impossible child, Timmy. So we got Ward and little Timmy. I can't go below deck any further yet. I do know that the boiler room and some other stuff is down below. You spot one of Templeton's science team pacing around the mid-deck, searching through some luggage that has been pulled from the cabin. Let me look in the light. Where was it now? He notices you. Ah, Officer Shaw, correct? Dwight Glossley. Apologies, I seem to have misplaced something while settling in the cabin. A bottle of wine, actually. Let's see. You best not be drinking on the job. Perhaps one of the sailors took it. Can't be hard to miss. It will turn up eventually. I would hope so. My wife and I brought a bottle to celebrate with. To be saved for the journey back, of course. Well, if you find it, please let me know. Okay, so here's my quarters. Let's go up. Got some more people. As you look over the railing out to the ocean, a wisp of smoke flies past your face. You turn to examine and spot a sailor with a pipe in his mouth and a sheet of paper in his hand, overlooking the stirring waters. Looking at something? Let's see. I guess let's try and make a friend. You know, be personable. I don't share. Tashi. After introducing himself, Tashi falls silent and begins to read the letter. Trying to draw a conversation from him may be similar to extracting teeth. Fair enough. So did I really lose the chance to talk to the... Guess so. Okay, nothing else around here. Cabin is shut tight. The captain himself has turned in for the evening. So I guess he's already talked with the two redheads. You spot Templeton looking out into the sunset. As you approach, he turns to you and nods. Officer Shaw, it will be some time before we see a sunset such as this again. The light distribution towards the southern pole is quite the change. Be quite some time before we return home. It'll be quite some time before we return. Indeed. Templeton keeps his focus on the reflection of the setting sun over the stirring waters of the ocean. There's great expectations upon us, officer. Are you feeling the pressure, Mr. Templeton? I cannot afford to. We'll have to keep our focus. Templeton looks down, catching his reflection in the ocean surface. He looks back up at the sunset. Quite the sight, but I won't linger upon it too long. We should retire for the evening. It's important the first officer be well rested. Okay. Huh. I thought there was less fuel used. Oh, I see. So, let's see. What's the difference? So the crew loses some morale, but we keep more fuel. Food rations, they lose 10 morale. I don't know at what point do they become malnourished either. I mean, just thinking about it logically, you lose half of your fuel or food per week to get normal rations. High. $3 per person. I wonder how much you'd get in return. If you get more per person for high... I don't know. Let's just go with what's normal for right now. The ship makes its last port at Orca Island. Cordell's sledding dogs are picked up. The scouting crew and Kurt Darling are picked up. The days are getting brighter as you move further south. There's a rap on your cabin door. Come in. The door swings open and to reveal Kurt Darling, all but filling its frame, grinning ear to ear. There you are, Officer Shaw. The ship's navigator is a difficult man to miss. Stature and reputation precede him. Adorned with a slew of apparatus, the seemingly one-man expedition would be known to anyone following the heyday of exploration and the merchandising that followed. I know little of the man. His reputation is indeed great, but the man behind the legend is but a stranger. Hiding away from the rest of us, are you? Are you always this early to rise? I think Shaw would be early to rise as well. Do you need something of me, Kurt? I'm not the sort to demand favors, Officer Shaw. Apologies for not stopping by sooner, Shaw. It took a while to set up my team, and a great deal of the crew were quite eager to meet me. That's right, you're something of a celebrity, aren't you? I take that to mean you haven't heard of me before. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. There aren't many who haven't seen my films, particularly in this line of work. More than one fellow on this crew said my work inspired them to explore the world. Quite the honor, is it not? Not as often as you would think. Ahem. I suppose I did get distracted, didn't I? Anyway, I was hoping you'd join me up deck. Of course, but why? We finally entered the pack. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself. I'll be right behind you, Kurt. I think this would be something Shaw would want to see, since he's been on the merchant ship almost exclusively, I would assume. Seeing the actual ice itself. Kurt turns to walk away before turning back. Oh, and enjoy your morning. It's a good day, Shaw. Kurt Darling added to the manifest. Did I write anything? Week 2, nothing. Alright, let's see who we can see. That's me. Let's go down. Many of the crew are still fast asleep, laying in hammocks. Best not disturb them, Shaw. You don't want to find yourself dealing with an abruptly woken sailor. Let us head up deck. The sounds of snoring are rather obnoxious. Oh, wonderful. Let's meet more people. You note one of the science team returning to their room. Ah, Miss Gloss. Did you have a good rest? She nods to you. Ah, hello. I did not expect Minnie to be up this early. Harriet Glossley. I believe I've met your husband. Ah, yes, Dwight had made mention of your encounter. He's still fast asleep. He's adjusted the ship well. I believe a walk around the ship would help acclimate myself to the waves. Perhaps it will take some more time. With that, Miss Gloss makes her way back to the cabin. The science team aren't used to the sea or the sailor folk. Quite the culture clash, isn't it? Well, I'm sure they'll grow used to them over time. Ha! Okay, so let's see the manifest real quick. Actually, is there a key? Disabled decorum game overs. Interesting. Oh wow, that's quite a few achievements. Okay, so what I want to see. So he can be deployed. So all the sailors can be deployed. I haven't met these guys, so... Deployable. Okay, so it looks like the specialists are all locked. Interesting. The door to the doctor's office remains locked. Seems that the doctor isn't in, or perhaps enjoying his sleep. You are yet to come across the ship's doctor even after all this time. At the stern, you notice an older sailor at the helm. The old man takes in a deep breath in the cold air before letting out a satisfied exhale. Morning. And a good morning to you. He eyes you up. Officer Shaw, right? Lefty. Call me that on account of, well, should be obvious. He chuckles. Don't worry about the bad sight. This is all feel. Just keeping her steady. He examines you. Surprised Hunt picked from outside for his first mate. Would you prefer the role? You seem to have the experience. I assure you, I'm more than qualified. See, I don't think that's our Shaw. I don't think he would. What would you say that is? It's a little aggressive, a little confrontational. I think Shaw would like to prove himself through his actions. I don't think he would make that kind of determination about the captain or Hunt. Definitely not. This old body can't take the pressure anymore. Besides, I've worked on other ships. Others have worked with Hunt much longer. You must be something special for Hunt to look outside the ranks. You've got the experience at least. Merchant Navy's quieter though. Mornings like these are about the only peace I get from the younger lot. You should take these moments when you can. Lefty returns his attention to the helm. As you get older, I suppose you learn the value of quiet moments, eh? Let us hope we're just as diligent when we're old and gray. Myself before you, of course. So I believe we've already met everyone we can this morning. You join Kurt at the bow of the ship, or the bow of the ship. You both feel the tempests break the floes before you. That's a pretty picture. Gripping the railing, he draws an enormous breath. The footing beneath rises as the ship mounts an impending ice floe. There's a moment's hesitation before a profound crack relieves the ship, cascading across the ice. He exhales. See? Nothing else like it. You weren't wrong. It's something, all right. Look at the ice. No two cracks are the same. By the laws of nature, this place wants us dead, and yet, here we are, traversing in harmony. How fantastic is that? I assumed you'd seen everything. A younger me would have agreed with you. It's an interesting mix, nostalgia and never-ending new. Indeed. How far are we from land? We're about a week's sail from the last known location of the old Viscount. Assuming she isn't exactly where they left her, we can't take smooth sailing for granted. Same goes for this daylight. It won't remain this bright for so long, once winter encroaches. Beautiful as the ice is, on this course it's going to get thicker. He looks out across the white. We won't be so confident when the leads dry up and we're stuck here till the next cycle. We need to change course, avoid the pack. Have you informed Captain Hunt? He won't listen to me. Thinks I've been dulled by retirement. I've probably seen more ice than he has whiskey. We have enough supplies if it comes to that. It's not the supplies I'd be worried about in that situation. People will turn on each other before they let themselves starve. Have you ever experienced the long night winter? It's not pleasant, to say the least. I guess let's remain positive. If it comes to that, we'll adapt. I can see why he hired you. You should understand, Robin. We're only as good as the unhappiest man. That is true. That is very true. You can, one distraught person can, just for example, ruin food, destroying everyone's morale. Cheer up, then. That's First Mate Shaw. I'll do what I can. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. Kurt nods and turns back to look across the ice. Let's see if anyone else is here. Still sleeping. Okay, let's get back up. Captain's cabin. Let's do our daily duties. Ah, Shaw. Ready for another day of work? Did you hear Kurt's advice? He wants us to switch course. Now in the demo, I didn't actually say this. But I suppose let's see what what Hunt has to say. I didn't do this because I thought maybe I would get a chance to do it later, but I don't think so. I don't think he'll switch course regardless, but let's see. He had a few words to share. He may have been an expert in his time, but these days, Kurt is one with more money than sense. Anyway, back to work. I was hoping you'd help me work through a few more requests from the crew. You may have noticed a line pulling up outside. Everyone wants something, it seems. Call them in as you please. Okay. So this is I remember Hammond. He's the chief engineer, I believe, and in charge of the boiler room. So let's meet the people we haven't met. Hammond. Short, sour-faced man in engineer clothing approaches. Are you acting daft, Hunt? Not with intention. Not bloody surprised you didn't notice. Shaw, this is our chief engineer, Clive Hammond. An opinionated one. What is it, Hammond? We've hit the ice, and you haven't assigned any extra men down on the boiler. You have your engineering team, and we've only got 6 arms between us. I need more manpower maintaining this. Sailors. Many of the crew have their own tasks they're busy with. I know I've already assigned Smurf on a matter. The captain turns to you. So Smurf, one of the crew, is unavailable. How many do you think is fair? 1, 3? More. Open the crew manifest to choose how many sailors you wish to assign. So we can only assign sailors. Deployed. Ice savvy, what is that? Saltborne sailor. Ice savvy. Alright, so we can assign up to 4. I believe I did 2, and that's going to be a decent mix. I do like keeping Runtsda and Doug. I like keeping the wards together. And I think 2 is a good compromise. I don't know how easy it is to unassign people to jobs, and I'd like to keep some for if they need to be deployed. You can take Runt and Runtsda. You're giving me Ward? Ward with 1 bloody arm? Young Runt could use someone to teach him on the job, who better than his father. Don't get me started on handing over the bloody stowaway. Would you rather none? Fine. But you can tell me how right I was when we're buried under the ice. He leaves. A good spirit, that one, beneath the oil and the temper. You won't be seeing much of him, though. Prefers to burrow himself into the boiler room. Corvid enters the office. Hunt, you asked for a report on how the stowaway was doing. I wanted to see if the young boy had been settling in well. He has indeed. It means another mouth to feed. But the boy works hard and doesn't ask much. He has his dad to guide him as well. I'm sure the boy's father is ecstatic. Worried sick, but happy, aye. Well, what do you know, Shaw? Perhaps we were right to keep the boy aboard. She leaves. Kasha. Captain Shaw. Or Captain Shaw. I'm not captain yet. Okay. A thought occurred to me the other day while looking through the crew manifest. And, well, it might be too late for this now that we've already entered the ice. Out with it. I thought it would be good to have individual photos of the full crew. For your report? Not only my report, it would be good reference for the manifest. Put faces to the names. Much of this crew have served me for years, some decades. I have little problem putting faces to the names. Your thoughts, Shaw? Seems a good idea. If nothing else, it would make for a good souvenir. Sentimental of this expedition, are you? Some proper photographs will have some historical weight to it. Well, Belford, I see no problem there. I'll arrange for the pictures to be taken before the crew have their dinner. Thank you, Captain Shaw. In the meantime, I'll attempt to get as many individual crew photos as I can. You're still welcome to help on that matter, Officer Shaw. She departs, satisfied. Good to have all that settled, then. Perhaps we shouldn't rule out old Kurt so easily. If the man thinks there could be an alternate path through the ice, he's free to search for it. Shaw, meet with him when you have time. Changing course or not, we'll want one of his scouts set up in the crow's nest. Take care of that, then you'll be done for the day. let's meet the sick guy. Seasick. So does that lead to scurvy potentially? You spot a youthful looking man leaning over the side of the ship, his head slumped as he looks into the icy pool below. It appears he's been visited by a spot of seasickness. Pat him on the back. You make your way to the man and reach out your arm to pat the sickly fellow on the back. As soon as your hand reaches him, he jolts upright in shock. A bespectacled young man, shaking with unease. He doesn't look exactly that young, but okay. He stares at you for a brief moment. A look of shame plastered upon his face. Sorry. Are you alright? Yes. Well, not really. I'm very sorry. The man turns around and hurriedly runs in the opposite direction, avoiding your gaze. Arthur and Nutley. Let's see if there's any more. You overhear two of the newly arrived scouting crew talking. Ah, Quilsey. Have any trouble settling in? Not too bad. I can't wait for a chance to sleep, though. A proper navigator never rests until their work is done. Of course. I take it you had no issues settling in? Not at all. The crew are a funny lot. Old Kurt certainly caught their attention. Do you think any of them would mistake Kurt and myself? I think you'd collapse from joy if they did. Perhaps. 2 more available crew. He spots you and ceases in his playing. Need something? That's not true at all. You're Grimley, aren't you? Alright. Grimley Stoke. I'm the ship's carpenter. Junior mentioned you. And it was good to meet you, Grimley. Just grunts in response. Won't keep you from your work. Don't keep me from my break. Okay, let's see here. I think it's best to, from my interactions with this guy, he's kind of hard to deal with. Probably best to just be very blunt with him. You spot a suspicious-looking sailor emerge from the pantry. The hooded sailor spots you, keeping their hands firmly in their pockets. Not what it looks like, Officer Shaw. Plek, but call me Gnomes. I'm not thieving anything. I will take you at your word, for now. Expected you to interrogate me more. No worries, I was just setting up a practical joke. And what is this practical joke? Not going to spoil the surprise. It's not at your expense, if that's your concern. Have to get some enjoyment around here, don't you think? With their mysterious trap set, Gnome scurries off to the upper decks to return to work. Was he a... Plek, saltborn sailor, ice savvy sailor, so not saltborn, at least that we know. There's only one more scout, one more scientist. One more specialist. Let's check these rooms out. We're in, what is this, engine room? Let's check out. The moment you enter the pantry, a bag of flour drops on your head, scattering all over your officer's uniform. The hell was that? Gnomes? You wipe the flour off you before continuing. Let me get some tinned food. You lift a crate of tins from the shelves. Let's do the food thing last, I guess. The rigging. While examining the rigging of the ship, your eyes notice a figure darting by, climbing up the ropes with ease. The figure lands on their feet before dusting themselves off. Their outfit denotes one of Kurt's scouting crew. Ah, no problems. She looks to you. And you are? Officer Shaw, yourself? Flick, I'm one of Kurt's crew. Don't worry about my safety. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Kurt doesn't just hire anyone. Well, he didn't hire me for no reason. Got the medals in gymnastics if you're worried about my credentials. Flick jumps up and returns to scaling the rigging of the ship. So we've got 2 more undiscovered sailors. No scouts. 2 engineers left undiscovered. 1 scientist. And this guy's seasick. And deployed. All these guys are deployed. Okay. Send me up there. I'll get you a reading. The scientist eyes the man's cane and turns to you. I believe the navigator means you to send one of his scouts. Navigator clears his throat and taps his cane. Of course. If you find one of mine, they'll get us a reading, rightly? So they're all scouts, all islanders, and all ice savvy. Well, let's send the gymnasts up. They ascend to the nest and take a reading with the sextant. All clear from up top. The last port you made, where you picked up Kurt and the scouting team from. Wait. Let's go back. I mean, all clear. That looks like a giant sheet of ice. Viscount, the last known location of the Viscount, your destination. Okay, we got our reading and whatnot. Let's go down and do what looks to be the last chore, last task. One step ahead of me. If you add those tins to the hoosh, we should be good for dinner. Crew who need fed for the week. Feed the hoosh pot. Plus 20 to the hoosh. Feed the hoosh. So, let me think here. The hoosh gets fed in 20s, but you go down by 25. It's not very even, is it? Okay. Can I get more? No. Why is it highlighted? I wonder if maybe you were supposed to talk to him first and then go in there and get the food for the hooch spot? Potentially. Crew have their meal. Ah, shall we toast to the ice? Aye. The days get longer, but dinner is fixed. It will see us through the long days and the darkest nights. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. You can't help but notice that it's still bright light outside. Shall we over here? You notice two sailors passing by from the dinner table. An inebriated sailor on wobbling legs, leaning on the shoulder of another. Ah, good times, good times. Need to learn to handle your drink, Tucker. Ah, but I'm fine. My mates can carry me. Cavity? Oh, this guy's name is Cavity. They can also drop you. Har, 2 Johns carry you next time. Have 2 Johns carry you next time. Are you asleep? Shit. So we've got Higgs. Hold on. So we got our inebriated soldier and Ralph Cavity. Nothing here. Wait. You knock on the door. No response. I mean, I guess he's probably asleep. Maybe we shouldn't bother. But heck, we already woke him up. After knocking on the door several times, it finally swings open to reveal one of Templeton's science team. Annoyed scientist. Yes? Do you require my presence? Apologies, just checking. He was obviously asleep. Apologies, just checking. Just checking. You should know I am the meteorologist of this expedition, Andre Isaac. If I am not required for anything, I would ask not to be disturbed any further. Bad first meeting? Oh well. Okay, let's overhear. You overhear 2 engineers chatting above deck. Or rather, you overhear one engineer speaking with another. Don't know how the chief could stay down here all evening. You ever see Mr. Hammond eat? I haven't. Maybe he doesn't even eat. Man's not human if he can work all day and night on that boiler. Probably doesn't sleep either. He probably sleeps. Aye, Dick, it's figurative. Right. Okay, so we got the 2 engineers. So, we have met everyone except this one... Wait, that's just going to be what was her name? Nice, we found everyone. The dogs regard her with rapt attention as she paces between them, bowl in hand. The largest joins her side as you approach. Try some. You nearly burn your mouth on the hot broth. I'm afraid there is only so much. If you want more, it will be among the dog's leftovers. Penguin, some blubber, fats and proteins. fastest way to hydrate them. Was there something you needed? Just inspecting the animals. They belong here more than we do. Unlike us, they need the ice. It cools them through their paws as they run. They'd overheat otherwise. Strong creatures. Very. They handle stress differently, adapt quickly. There's plenty to be learned from them. You've been on the ice for a long time. A long time, yes. Who's that beside you? This is Stanberry. He barks. You seem to love these animals. They need me, and you'll need them. You ruffle its head. It tries to lick the broth from your fingers. So I think we have found everything there is to see for this week. All right. And it is highlighted, showing us it's the end of the week. So let's go ahead and fast forward. What? Wait. Why is it 50? Oh, because it's getting colder. That's rough. That's a lot to go down. We're already at -4. This is gonna be rough. So let's go to half rations. We'll try to get decorum up. So wait, what was the food? 58. If I go down to 58, I've only got 12. So even if we do just one thing of the... Well, no. We would have enough for half rations next week. Let's keep... I seem to remember the fuel being a lot more generous in the demo, which is... Alright. I'm back. Let's see what we got. Wait. Can I not move around? Another week passes. The Temperance has finally entered the thick ice leads. The days grow ever brighter. Oh my goodness, that looks horrible. The amount of food and fuel that I have saved up. They still asleep? Yes. All right. Oh. Oh. That looks so cold. So let's see here. Interesting. Oh, okay, there we go. How do I... Okay, there we go. So I am here on week 3. Okay. So what all do we have here? Captain's cabin. Pet the dog. It offers you its paws. Oh my gosh. If we have to start eating the dogs or something later, oh, it's gonna be horrible. Oh, we're pretty far along in here now. Alright, I guess we just got to do the morning captain duties. Captain Hunt appears to be absent. His chair is unoccupied. The whole room shudders. So we actually do have people to talk to. Officer Shaw, what happened? Ship's come to a stop. I almost flung my camera into a wall. We didn't hit anything, did we? Well, let's hope we can do that sooner rather than later. Trapped in the ice, though. That would make for a good photograph. Alright. What in the... Well, I was worried about this. Look at that ice. We could be trapped for a while. Strong pressures, as if we didn't have enough bother. Well, no need mucking around. Let's get to work. Where's Hunt? I'll grab him. I'm sure he felt it too. Shaw, check the boiler room. I'm sure the mole man has problems of his own. Not to worry, everyone. We'll be free and moving again before you know it. Back to work. Alright, let's go down. Already talked to Kasha. Go down again. Is what's-his-face still sick? No. Let's go out. Grimly. Ship's stuck then, eh? If you're looking for Hunt, you just missed him. Have you checked the boiler room? This would be questioning him. You know, maybe we just keep it in mind. Not yet. Ammon's probably pissed off, I imagine. I'm going to check with my brother. If I'd made any errors, I'd tell you. It's secure, don't you worry. They notice you. I'm sure you're aware of the situation. What's happening? I'm ensuring that the boiler was not damaged in the sudden commotion. And I told you that if it was, you'd already know. I'm not in the business of making mistakes. I know that if the furnace goes, we go down with it. Yes, but you're only one man, with just a pair of engineers as assistants. Just looking at the number of valves, this seems far too much for you to handle. Maybe your bloody benefactor should have considered that. I've gotten used to it by now. It will hold, trust me. I will. I will have to, won't I? I don't fancy staying on this ship any longer than necessary. It's imperative we break free from the ice as quick as possible. Hammond eyes you, grimace on his face. First mate's here, but where's the one who's got us into this bloody mess? I was hoping that Templeton knew. He's a difficult one to find. Indeed, he is. I have a suspicion as to where he may be now. We're on a ship, an unmoving one at that. The man cannot simply disappear. If he's anywhere, he must be in his cabin. When you find the man, give him an earful on my behalf. Can't do it myself, too busy keeping us alive. Templeton gives a nod. I believe you and I both owe our good captain a visit, Shaw. But you should call the crew for dinner first. Routine is important, especially now. Not before we fed this furnace. Mind grabbing some coal from the bunker, Shaw? Or are you afraid of dirty hands like Mr. Templeton over here? I don't think we have any freezing yet. Do we? I don't think we have anyone freezing. Yeah, should be good. You emerge mid-deck to find the crew readying themselves for dinner, despite the ice. Some seem nervous, others as if nothing has changed at all. So, I believe that the food for this week was already taken care of when you do your sort of calculations for the beginning of the week. So, right now, we are only set up to survive another week at half. crew have their meal. The dinner is shared. Nice. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. You can't help but notice that it's still bright light outside. What's over here? You didn't see him either. He didn't pass by, but his cabin door was locked when I checked. Slippery bastard. What are you thinking, Hunt? Nobody to talk to. Let's go up. Up. Kasha again? No sign of Hunt, I take it. Mr. Templeton passed by, but he wasn't exactly willing to take questions. Well, this is cool. I don't remember there being a lot of people on the ice. One would think Hunt would be taking action at a time like this. Instead, the man has squirreled himself within his office. An odd one. Keep it up, lads. We'll set ourselves right in no time. Ah, Shaw. I just saw Templeton entering the captain's cabin. Seems Hunt's holed himself up inside. Maybe if you had a word with our good captain, he'd be willing to lend a hand. I was informed that he was here. Where could he have hidden himself? Maybe he's gone overboard. Templeton glares at you. This is not the time to be making jokes, Shaw. Har! The captain's laugh rings out from behind the door. The captain watches you both, his head swaying as he chuckles to himself. You are a surprisingly difficult man to get a hold of, Hunt. Seeing that this is your ship. Ha! I know it well. Hunt's eyes turn to you. I believe you two are already acquainted. How long have you been drinking? I don't suppose you care to join. Hunt shakes his hip flask as he holds it out, whiskey sloshing and spilling from the top. And what of you, Shaw? I can't tempt you with some sweet nectar? I'm fine. You'll be more than fine with a drink in you. Ah, well, your loss. You intend to offer drinks at a time like this. The ship, your ship, is trapped in ice. It's my ship now, is it? And what do you expect me to do? Get the shovels out? Accusations won't help. What do you mean this isn't your ship? Bought at an auction, not by myself. Imagine that, captain of a private vessel and I don't even own it. Pathetic. Mr. Hunt. Captain. If you're not fit to stand, then you should retire for the night. Shaw will stand in your stead and we can continue in the morning. And abandon my duty? No captain would do that no captain who would do that is a fit captain, wouldn't you agree? Well, not you, Shaw. Not you. Shaw, isn't that right? What do you think makes for a good leader? Making the difficult choices nobody else wants to make. Do you think you could live with yourself? They all act like this choice is the difficult part. The choice is easy, Shaw, instinctual. It's not being able to sleep after. That's what they never prepare you for. But I'm serious, Shaw. To you, what makes a good leader? We don't have time for. In a word, then, what makes a leader? Oh, nice. You can control everything with the... Ah, okay. Very nice. You control everything with the keyboard instead of the mouse. What makes a leader? Willpower. Willpower. Explain. The ability to press forward no matter the circumstances, never give up. The power to challenge yourself to exceed previous limitations. That will last with you. And if your crew submits before you do, I don't think they'd appreciate being pushed forward in a hopeless situation. You can look to someone always pressing on against all odds and call that bravery. Others would call it fatal stubbornness. If one's to die, they'd prefer it be with their boots off, lying in bed with a full belly. Would a good leader deny them that? Speaking in platitudes will do you no good. A good leader is something more than a single rule you were told to follow. When you see one, you just know. You have wasted enough time pining philosophical. Oh, my apologies. I'll ask the real questions. Shaw, look at where we are. Do you honestly think we're going to survive? I have no doubt we will. Well, I suppose someone has to carry faith with them. The captain laughs. Shaw, nobody knows we're out here. That doesn't leave this room. That doesn't leave this room. No. No, wouldn't want to upset your employer. Our benefactor. We all want to be paid after this, don't we? Enough. If you weren't fit to lead this expedition, you should not have agreed to it. You shouldn't be. None of us should be here. Old Kurt paid handsomely to join. You're just a botanist sent to keep an eye on me, our doctor. So wait, does that mean our doctor? And then there's me. So Kurt, did he pay money to join? Head myself. You're the only one who should be here. Templeton opens the door. The captain needs his rest. We'll discuss this one once he's of sound mind. Aye, you understand. We will pick this up in the morning. Go on now, Shaw. I'll be alright here. Oh, cool. Okay. Captain Hunt needs his sleep. It would appear the pressures of command have greatly affected him. You should find some rest yourself. The crew have their commands. Clear your head, and we will continue on the morn. Alright, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna readjust. Alright, that should be good. Let's see here. So I'm already at the end of the week. Can I not assign people to do stuff, though? Everyone who can be talked to has been. Yep. Okay. This kind of sucks. I'd really like to assign people to various tasks, like, you know, filling up the food, the hoosh, and filling up the boiler room. But I guess just do what we can. Okay. I mean, there is nothing else to do. You awake to a room awash with green. There's a loud banging on your door, and a familiar voice speaks from behind the wood. Shaw, are you in there? Shaw. What was that noise? The pressures. The boiler's in serious trouble. Pumps need manned, and we need to stop the whole system overheating. And I don't need to tell you, if the furnace goes, we go. Lead the way then, we don't have a moment to spare. So this would be one moment where it's like, you know, maybe Shaw wants to include Hunt in most things because he is the captain and whatnot, and you know, you don't want to go outside the chain of command and look bad, but maybe in a situation where the boiler is going to go, you ignore chain of command. Right, let's move. We need to find the captain now. Or maybe not. The lights of the Aurora flicker over the pale ice. Whoa, this looks super cool. Oh my goodness. That ice. We ain't ever getting through that. Nothing. Visibly perturbed, he takes a moment to compose himself. Even the tub is empty. Why would you expect him to be in the tub? Not important. This doesn't make sense. The man seemed barely fit to crawl himself into bed earlier. What? Hammond turns to you. Alright, Shaw. Captain's missing, you're in charge. Your best. Yes, indeed. The crew are no doubt waking at this moment. They're no doubt scared, confused. It's your duty to keep them calm, to maintain order. Hammond glares at Templeton. It's Shaw's job to get down to the boiler room now. We've already wasted enough time looking for that damn bastard Hunt. If you storm down to that room, all you'll be doing is inciting a panic. We need to calm the fears of the crew, maintain an air of focus, lie to them as the ship goes down. Not at all. Instead, to assure them we know how to remedy this matter. Do you know how to remedy this matter, Mr. Hammond? Aye. And we need to be quick. I don't have time to worry about some stupid sailor's feelings. We've got a bloody ship to save. Well, it's as you said. Officer Shaw is in charge. The decision is yours. Let's see here. Normally I would be for keeping the crew calm, but Hammond seems to believe that the ship is about to go down with the boiler, so perhaps we should focus on that. I will keep the crew at bay then. Moan, don't worry about him. Let's go. As more of the crew notice you and Hammond descending below, the whispers begin. Soon the crew pick up the pace, walking directionless with hurried footsteps. Kurt approaches. Boiler trouble, I take it. I'll lend a hand. Not when you're walking with that cane, you're not. I have enough strength to. Go tell the crew to hit the lower decks, as many as possible. Let's go, Shaw. Time to save this blasted ship. I wish you could do things like, you know, tell Junior to, hey, search the ship for the captain and give like a little one-off inspirational or something to say, hey, you know, we're all good here. Don't worry about it. And then just run down to the boiler room. This game would be really fun as a tabletop game, I would think. You know, like stuck on a ship, tabletop sort of game. You descend the ladder. Already you can see the brothers trying to open the door to the hold. Oh, well, here's the Stokes, I think their name was. Trying to get in, same, door stuck. Pull harder, you bastards. We need to get in there. I don't know. From what I understand, like we're worried about it like maybe blowing up or something. So I don't think we're worried about keeping it alight so much as I don't know. Well, anyway, the metal door unsticks, grimly looks to you before darting off into the dark. Where's that bloody idiot running off to sound the alarm? Bloody hells. Let's get moving. +1 available crew. As you enter, Hammond's engineering team are hard at work. The larger of the two engineers loses grip of their valve as steam begins to shoot out, causing Hammond to dash forward. Watch it! Hammond tackles the engineer to the ground, saving him from a nasty steam burn. Made it just in time. What's the word, Chief? Keep those valves pumping. We need to avoid a water hammer, or we won't be making it off this ship. Shaw, the rest of the crew aren't here. Grab a valve and start turning. You grab a valve and begin turning, trying all you can to keep the water at bay. Pump! You feel the ache in your muscles as you continue to push the valve, keeping the pressure at bay. Oh no. Oh, that's horrible. The furnace rumbles and sputters, hemorrhaging fuel. You keep turning, doing the best you can to keep the pressure at bay. We could be at this for hours. Shit, where's the rest of the crew? Brought help. Oh no. The furnace rumbles and sputters. Get me coal and turn those valves. Okay. Let's put 2 Johns on a valve. Let's put Cavity June on a valve. Wait, did I not get... let's put Higgs there. Why didn't I get the chance to go get the fuel? A jet of steam paints Higgs. When a crew member gains a severe status effect such as wounded, scurvy, or frostbite, that crew will become invalid and unable to work. You keep up the work shifting the valves until the boiler is fully calmed. The ship is saved. You won't be sinking today. As the crew gives assistance to the wounded Higgs, you feel your muscles tense. You fall back, collapsing from exhaustion. Where the hell is Captain Hunt? He's gone. What the heck? So wait a minute. Wait a minute. I feel like I got kind of screwed here. Hold on. Is something like... Hold on. So wait. Okay, hold on. Locked in the past. Saves in the tree can be accessed by deleting, pruning the saves above it in the tree. Okay. Select a week to continue from. Branches 1 of 40. How do I choose? Yeah. Continue. What? How does this work? Back. Continue. Okay. Okay. So go back. Continue from here. I just want to see, like... Come up here. We'll hurry through this. Do my talking, my petting. Okay. Hey, let's get that sack of coal. Okay, go in here. I was hoping Templeton knew. I'm not sure. Okay. Get that food. Go back out, add it to the hoosh. What in the... Okay. Nothing up there. I think we can talk to her now. I don't know if it matters to talk to the people all the time. I guess we can talk to Kostra. Try to do everything like I did. I just want to see if it's possible to... Ugh. Okay. Okay, let's go up. All right. I highly doubt he's cowering beneath the table shawl. I am fine. Alright, what do you mean this isn't your ship? Making difficult choices, da da da. Willpower. Okay, and myself. Okay, great. He's asleep, or he's out of commission. Talk to Templeton again. I think he wants us to end the week now. But we're gonna have a problem during the night. Okay. Okay. Look for Hunt. Don't find him. I'll try my best. Well, I want to stick with the same things that we've been sticking with. Although maybe things would work out better the other way. Who knows? I just wanted to see if we get the chance to put more... minus 15... We need to keep the furnace alight. Can you help us? To sound the alarm. Bloody hells, let's get moving. So I think I was asking him to help us. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. So I need to take a valve, essentially. Okay, -1 fuel. So, like, can we even do this? Oh, I don't have I can't feed the furnace. Okay, let's get another 2 people on this. Sure. So we've got 4 available people, I think. So with mine and then their 2, confirm these orders. Okay. Well, I have 3. How many people do I actually have, though? It's very weird that you can sort of lock yourself out of... Wait a minute, can I... See, this is what's weird to me, is like you can come here and be like, hey, get stuff. Okay. Well, I fed the furnace. Let's stick 2 Johns. Stick another person, cavity, like we did last time. With enough hands working on the boiler, you begin to fight back the potential water hammer. Someone's going to have to hold the furnace in place. Let's get our drunkard. Okay, so these guys are gone. They were used for fuel. Water hammer! Okay, so Higgs is wounded still. Got that. Keep up the work shifting the valves until the boiler is fully calm. The ship is saved. You won't be sinking today. See, look at this. I don't think it should be possible for you to lock yourself out of the option to, like, because now I have 60 coal for the next week, or 60 energy versus 0. Where the hell is Captain Hunt? He's gone. So now it's the end of the week. I could do full fuel. If I do 29, then if I don't get the chance to put fuel back in, I think that's wise. Food rations... Well, I can't do 58, so I have to go half and half, but we did just gain 20 decorum, so we'll go down another 20 back to 75. Still good on decorum. Not so great on everything else, but, you know, we'll figure it out, I guess. I mean, that's much better off, right? You're alone in the captain's cabin. Out across the deck can be heard the commotions of the crew. Word has spread quickly that Captain Hunt is missing. Templeton slips in through the door. What is it, Templeton? Hunt is still missing. And he isn't alone in that regard. Sanders, Sparrow, and Grin are also unaccounted for. Okay. Okay. As is a sizable food and fuel supply in one of the large lifeboats. Shaw, you and I are not naive. It seems quite clear what has happened here. How's the rest of the crew? They're confused, scared. The former captain is no longer with us. You understand what that means, Shaw? Hunt is absent. It is no use waiting the word of Ghost. A new captain must be selected by the crew. As first mate, you have the most clear argument to take that role. And how do I argue for that role? Your presence in the face of Hunt's absence is an argument in itself. They will hold a vote as soon as possible. That Carpenter, Grimley, he is still loyal to Hunt, and many of the sailors will follow his vote, if not all. Though I can assure you, have the vote of myself and my scientists. Kurt and his crew are likely to support you as well. I'm unsure where the engineers will side. They're likely loyal to their pay. Higgs is still recovering from their steam burns, which may end up working to our favor. And the civilians are a mystery. But I believe, when all is said and done, you will just about make the vote. You have clearly given this a lot of thought. Of course, it is vital to remain aware of the crew's intention. They're awaiting outside, Shaw. Wow, we're already doing the vote? I forgot about this. I thought I would have had some time to make my case. They're scared. They don't know where to turn. You and I both understand the importance of maintaining decorum. Though times seem dire, remember, there is a rescue ship on its way. Even if the Temperance falls, we still have a potential escape. 35 weeks. The ship will arrive at Viscount Island in 35 weeks from now. We should focus on surviving that long. That is all we need to do, Captain. I understand. We can hold out for that long. Indeed, that is all we need. Another 35 weeks, Captain. Keep it in mind. Here, you should have this. Templeton presents you with a fancy-looking hat. Hunt's hat. He left it behind in his cabin. That tells us what we need, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't think I need... That would be a little presumptuous. I think the sailors would maybe not like that. Very well. The commotion outside grows. I choose to willfully observe reality. I suggest you do the same. The scientist refrains for a moment. I think it's best we declare that the captain and the missing crew are dead. There's no need for us to complicate things any further. I won't lie to them, Templeton. Leaders lie. Get used to it. There's truth in that. Oh, man, I hate these kind of decisions. The last place you saw Captain Hunt. There's still drops of whiskey frozen. Hunt's ledger is gone. Let's do this. The hushed voices become more distinct as you make your way back out into the open air. You notice the absence of Higgs. The crew members notice you and stop. Their attention ripples across the deck. Attention! Let's take a moment here. Man, what a beautiful picture. Like, honestly, what a great job they've done on this. This game feels like Frostpunk in terms of its cold, but it's obviously more narrative driven. You got the Stokes brothers, you got the Hammond. I don't remember him. Is it Dick or is it the other guy? I don't remember. You got the father and son. You got the guy who doesn't share. The dog lady and some of her dogs. Man, like even at this point, you're kind of attached to some of these people. Poor Kasha. She looks actually distraught. It should be clear by now that Captain Hunt is no longer serving his post. As such, we should vote in the new captain. I nominate Officer Shaw for the role. The clear choice is first mate. And what of Hunt? I do not see him among us, do you? Don't see a body either. He's still out there. We don't know what happened. Something we can discover. For now, someone has to take the reins of command. All in favor of Officer Shaw? So he abstains. He votes for me, and all of his people vote for me. He votes for me. He and his people vote for me. Kind of figured that. No. They all abstain. And Kasha probably votes for me. So I think that's exactly what I got in the demo. Kind of rubs me that not one sailor voted for me, I don't think. Whatever. You have been confirmed as the captain of the expedition. It does seem to be a problem that none of the actual sailors voted for me, though. You know, the actual laborers on the ship. You've been confirmed. Okay. Well, the ayes have it. Shaw shall be acting captain from this point forward, acting in Captain Hunt's stead. The crowd looks at you expectantly as Templeton gives you a knowing nod. A moment passes in the cold as they await your next words, curious murmurings scattering between the crew. Man, some of these could be, like, misinterpreted badly. Let's see, Captain Hunt is no longer with us. It sounds like he's dead. To those who don't know me, I'm Robin Shaw. Does anyone not know me? I think everyone knows me. I don't need to wait for them. As they look to you, it's not long before the obvious question spills from a crew member's mouth. Where is Captain Hunt? Abandoned us. I don't know that for certain. As I said, he is no longer with us. They look to Templeton, some back to you after. He and the missing crew were lost. He and the missing crew were lost last night, along with one of the ship's lifeboats. We have no bodies. Yeah, Templeton don't like that. Silence hangs in the air. As long as we keep our wits, there's no reason we can't survive this. I mean, you know, I don't think we needed to lie, but I also don't think we needed to tell the truth that he abandoned us, because we don't actually know he abandoned us. We don't know why he left. But, like, look around. What's he gonna do in a little lifeboat? Where the hell could they even go? They're as good as dead. Theoretically. I mean, you know, you would presume that they would die. Regardless. As long as we keep our wits, there's no reason we can't survive this. The crowd begins to bubble up once more, with more and more questions coming to the surface. Members of the crew start speaking one by one, with questions thrown your way in quick succession. How are we supposed to survive out here? Is help coming? What about our pay? Will we still be paid? Bro, like, it doesn't matter if you're getting paid or not. Like, what are you gonna do? Quit? We'll have to rely on each other out here. Everyone will have a role to play. We were all brought onto this crew for a reason. Time to exercise those skills. Ask for reports. I would like the head of each station to report to me going forward. I know this isn't what we signed up for. You know where to find me. What of those lost, Captain? Let's see. Memorial service. I'm guessing we're going to presume that they're dead, which is why he's asking. Once the ship is freed from the ice. Understood. Well, you heard the captain. Get to it. The crowd dissipates, returning to their roles aboard the ship. You pass Templeton. He nods. Nod back. I mean, you know, we don't have any problem with Templeton. I think he was not necessarily incorrect. Shaw, or should I say Captain Shaw, that hunt. I hope he and the others are holding safe. Still, no good dwelling. I have confidence you'll take up the mantle well. I've never captained a vessel, if that's what you mean. But the navigator has just as much responsibility to lead. In that sense, I have plenty. Okay, let's go visit Dog Lady. I suppose congratulations are in order. I would hope you're prepared for the task at hand, Captain Shaw. Did you see Hunt last night? If I had, I would have said as much. Though were I to wager, I'm certain that someone aboard this ship has. It is unlikely the four were able to leave a landlocked ship without being spotted. Good point. Okay. Alright, let's get some food. Assigned to food prep. Let's put loyal to Grimly, loyal to Junior, Grimly, Junior. Okay. Why is he loyal to Grimly? Let's put Dad on that. Oh, wow. So we can put more than... Shoot. So that's 20, and I'm getting one in. That would be 40. We should be less people too, so we should be able to 25, and it's 2 pers, 50. So if I'm putting in 20 and they're putting in 20, that's only 43. Man. Should I put another here? I just don't know. I'm gonna keep one for now. Can we ever put more? No. Man, I don't like being locked in. So because we're locked in... Okay, so there is some learning of the mechanics here. Can I also go and do... Let me grab this. Oh no. Okay. Oh, this is her room for pictures. Pump floodwater out of the ship's cabin. Cures crew of freezing. Oh, wow. Hold on. I feel like I need to do the day's tasks thing. Yeah, the captain's cabin, and see kind of what people have on their agenda of what they would like. There should be no hesitation, Shaw. You are the captain now, and you must carry that authority instantly. It's best that we carry out the daily routine as normal. Show that you are capable in the role. We should take the day's request immediately before seeing to our resources. Yeah, I think he's right, actually. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, oops. Yeah, in case anyone is wondering, I'm restarting not because of my decisions. I'm restarting these days, but because I don't really understand fully how the mechanics are working, or what mechanics are locking you out of certain things. For instance, you can't go back and add more people to a task once you've already, like, locked it in. Let's see. I won't be needing that. Very well. Wait for him to continue. All right, back out and to the vote. I wonder if it's rigged to where you always get like this just enough to become captain. Good old doctor. Abstain, and she will go to me. All right. What did I say? Oh no. Shit. Fuck. That's not what I wanted. Son of a bitch. It's my fault for clicking too freaking fast. Yep. 25. Yes, but why would Hunt abandon us? How's the rest of the crew? Hunt is still the captain. I don't intend to usurp him. And how do I argue for that role? How can you be so just... you've clearly given this thought. We can hold out for that long. Won't be needing that. Wait for him to continue. I won't lie to them. Leaders lie. Alright, let's try this again. Start the voting. Yeah, I do wonder if it's even possible to lose this. Okay, well the ayes have it. Captain Hunt is no longer with us. He abandoned us. As I said, he is no longer with us. I think I want to do this one just so that we don't call, oh, what's his face, a liar. Crap. What end I cannot say. He appears to have left this expedition along with 3 missing crew and one of our lifeboats. Well, I feel... Even though we lost the 5 loyalty with Templeton, I sit better with it because we didn't give him a chance to lie. Instead, we just told the truth. That's better. We'll have to rely on each other out here. Everyone will have a role to play. We were all brought onto this crew for a reason. Time to exercise those skills. You know where to find me. That is all. And they'll be held. Memorial will be held. Okay. I hope you're right. So he... I'm okay with that. He says he hopes he's right. I'm sure there will be ways to... Loyalty to Grim. Loyal to you. He's still loyal to me. Just barely, though. She's well into the loyalty. He is not. Grimly is way not. Jeez. Hammond is loyal to Hammond. Wow, she's also... Wow, he really likes me. That's kind of interesting. Just barely. So, the Doctor... Templeton... and Junior, I feel like, are the ones we should work on. Doctor, Junior, Hammond, and Templeton. We want to keep those on our sides. Cordell is almost impossible, and Grimly is also just not even close. He just doesn't like people, apparently. Okay, and so once we secure the loyalty of, say, Templeton, the entire, it looks like, crew goes with this. Because wherever Templeton votes, they'll vote. Engineers, the same there. Same with the scouts. We should have the scouts pretty securely. Okay. I kind of wish that I went with my original sayings, you know? Because I felt like instead of saying he abandoned us, which is kind of, you know, cut and dry, like he actually left, no questions asked. I'm not sure that that's actually the case, right? Leaving it more ambiguous might have been better. All right, well, let's do this though, and then maybe we can get a better sense of how many people we actually have to give out. You saw the duties of the captain firsthand while serving Hunt. You're acting captain now. It's time you take up that mantle. A line is already forming at the door. No surprise given the circumstances. Take them as you may, Captain. So we have Kurt, Hammond, and Junior. I really want to get Junior and Hammond on our side. And Kurt and Cordell. Kurt's securely on our side. Let's hear Junior first. Shaw, the ice looks unbudging, doesn't it? It would seem that way, yes. Crew seems to think so. They think if we don't intervene, the Temperance will never get freed. If you're suggesting breaking the ice, I can assure you that won't work. I'm not. They are. No intervention is going to break up the ice enough to free this ship. Putting others to work on that is simply a waste of manpower. Aye, maybe. They're scared, though. Worried. They just want to feel like they've tried something. This will bring Templeton down. I've only got... Okay, so I do have engineers. not take him off? Okay. So I don't know that I want to give my engineers away, especially since I think Hammond is going to ask for people to be on stuff. Let's put the 2. Oh, you have to do 3. Crap. If it's worth the attempt. -3 available crew. +9 decorum, +5 loyalty, -5 loss. Richard Templeton's faction. I'll see you for dinner, Captain. Don't forget the hoosh pot needs fed. So that's 3 people gone. Hammond's gonna want people. Saving that boiler was only the start of our troubles. Have you seen the state of this bloody ship? It has certainly seen better days. She's bleeding in the lower decks. I believe the older Stoke is attempting to rectify that. We need to stockpile as much fuel as we can. If the furnace runs out by the end of the week, we die. If we spend too long on the ship, we die. If we don't stockpile enough fuel for the winter, we die. Aye. Get me some coal. Get it in the furnace. I'm afraid he's not wrong. The coal bunker is our only source of fuel for the time being. Until we can procure alternatives, we should assign crew to shoveling whenever possible. Okay, so assign crew there. I brought the Kennel Master with me. This is something you will both want to hear. I have a strong suspicion on what this matter is. I was planning to speak with the captain on it myself. Fortunate happenstance, then. Captain, I know these conditions well. I've seen them before. Any idea of the Temperance being freed of the ice anytime soon is a pipe dream. We need to press on. We need to become aware of our new environment. Trust me, Captain. We will be living off it for quite some time. And what of you, Cordell? Do you agree? Indeed. The dog sleds will need to be exercised regularly, and there is no better way than to engage in hunting. We're quite lucky despite the circumstances. Now is the peak time for hunting and navigation. And navigation? Traversing the ice may be a possibility in the future. We need to be prepared for that. If we're to survive out here, we need to know what lies ahead. These are uncharted territories, Captain. We have no idea where we are. Your current rations are not set to last forever either. Send any hunting party to me as you please. My dogs and I will ensure their survival. The same sentiment for myself and any scouting teams. If you wish the great unknowns to be braved and charted, I'm your man. We need to know what lies ahead. Keep looking forward. Okay. Before dinner, you should see to the sending out of our first sledding team. I also believe it is time you gave our good doctor a visit. We'll still have wounded from the night of the Aurora. Their wounds will need attended to before they're fit to work. And I doubt I need to remind you of this, but we need every available hand. Don't be afraid of assigning my team for some manual labor. They'll complain, but they'll work. Okay. You did seem familiar. I finally placed you. Have you? Have you? You have you? Yes, I remember seeing you compete. Shorten Killiper, you were quite the gymnast. I'm surprised to see you in this line of work. Not too many gymnasts carry long careers. You did quite well. When I saw you at the summer games, I recall you placed. I don't recall winning. I can't believe Hunt is gone. What happened? Who knows? He was drunk. Whatever he was thinking, he definitely wasn't in the right mind. And what about Smurf and Corvid and Joe? Who knows? Corvid owes me 5 gilst. I don't think you'll be seeing it soon. Can I assign crew? Oh, you can. What is this? Scouting? Yeah. Okay, so that's how you scout, and then I believe you... So maybe we have to scout before we can hunt. So I do want to send scouting team, I think. We need to start that. We need to see the doctor. You enter the ship's infirmary. Your presence seems to startle the young man inside, the rattle of dropped forceps ringing through the room. Oh, goodness, it's you. Captain now, isn't it? It's good to meet you. Dr. Arthur, Nutley, Dr. Nutley. Dr. Arthur Nutley, that's it. It's good to meet you, Arthur. Nutley gives a weak smile. Thank you. It's good to properly meet you. I suppose I seem a little scatterbrained at the moment. It isn't the norm. Recent circumstances have been trying, and the inclination towards seasickness is no help. Higgs. The steam burns they suffered from the furnace are severe. If you let me take a look, I can do my best to alleviate their pain. Crap. Captain Hunt, do you think he may still be out there? Perhaps we'll run into him again. No, that's ridiculous. Never mind. Apologies, I'm rambling. I suppose you wanted an update on the crew. Mostly scrapes and scuffs. As for the dogs, you better asking, the kennel master. Yes, Cordell. I haven't taken well to the dogs. I'm unsure how to carry myself amidst most people, and animals are more quick to judge, and Cordell herself is harsher still. But you can rely on me for any human medical issues. Nutley pauses. Is everything, good? I mean, is someone coming to rescue us? Let's be honest with the guy. Let's give him some responsibility. He seems unconfident. Nice. Then you can count on my help. Okay, so the doctor here. He likes to be trusted. Let's say that. He doesn't like to be questioned about his ability. So he's defensive, but he likes to be trusted. Sure. Nutley keeps his head low. Is there anything I can do for the crew? Use medical comforts to instantly cure all crew in the medbay. The medbay. Let's put this guy in. Okay, so we only have one guy. Okay. I don't know if he can heal him while he's also treating. So, I mean, if he can, then obviously there's no reason not to do this. See, I wish I could save right now and click on it and see what it says. I'll just return for now. Do we still have him? Well, he can't go outside of here anyway, so. Okay. So I'm going to want to have explorers, and we want to get people on the pumps, get people on the pantry, get people... Oh my goodness. Oh my. Jeez, that looks cold. Okay. Jeez. Officer, Captain Shaw, I suppose I should get used to calling you that. I was asking the crew if anyone had seen Hunt or any of the deserters last night. Not a single soul. I know the man knows his ship well, but that seems odd. I wouldn't accuse anyone of that, but it is very unlikely that he wasn't seen by anyone. I suppose the boiler troubles caused a great deal of distraction. Okay. So, we have quite a few things to take care of. How many people do we actually have? 12. 3. Is that right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cures crew of freezing. Okay. Like, do we need more? So we definitely need 3 for here. So I can do that. So if I assign 2 and then put 1 in myself, that'd be 20. That'd be 60. Let's put scientists in here, I guess. Okay, so that would be 60 for the next week with what I put in there. I think that would be okay. Furnace plus 3. Okay, so now we're at 63. So we could do a full thing for the week. I think I want to keep people from freezing. Hold on, let me go downstairs. Hold on. She needs fuel for the week. Does indeed. So let me grab 1. So that's 51. So if I assign 2 more, 71, 91. Oh, they're outside doing the ice thing. I mean, can I not put the engineers? All the scientists are up. The engineers in here? How many of these guys am I going to want to go out on expedition, though? Let's get more fuel. Wait, no. We'll go with 2 again. Go back. Throw stuff in here. Furnace. All right, let's go up. up. I want to explore. So can only scouts go out? Okay, so only scouts can go out. Interesting. Oh, okay. So, assign any amount to gain that many animal resource items at the end of the week. Huh. I guess animal resources would also be... Sorry about that. Got distracted again. So, I could see the digging tools definitely being valuable. Oh. I bet the colder it gets, the more fire we need, the more coal we need just to stay above the minimum. So I could see all three of these being incredibly valuable. Multiples of them. All right, let's Jesus. Fucking hell. Okay. Jesus. You and Runt charge into the room. The wooden floors and furniture have buckled enough to take apart easily. You also spot crates labeled as spare flags and luxury items. Oh, we only have one? Much of this room has been buckled by the ice, allowing it to be easily stripped for timber, worth a total of 102. Flags from the Temperance are folded neatly inside. You also find a chessboard and football. In total, they provide plus 20 to maximum decorum. So you can kind of see that they value decorum very highly. If 20 decorum is worth 100 of this. Okay. So what did I still need? Let's get Higgs. We'll have him do a relatively simple task. One item. Worth 80 food. And the ale kegs, 3, each can be used to cure a person of demoralization. So, if we think about this, 3 kegs is worth one person's labor for that week, which could be worth 20 food. But they can only, if we have more than one demoralized person, then Kasha can only heal one at a time, it seems. So technically the food is worth 4 people's work, but only if we have 4 tinned rations. The tinned rations should be good though. The demoralization is also bad because it lowers this. It says 4 ale kegs, so it's equivalent. But it only gave me 3. What? What was this? Let me write that down. Week 5. 4 ale, only 3. Bellular might want to know. It is a bug. A small one, but it matters because I just made my decision based on it. Hold on. Okay. Jesus. Can't be left alone. What did we get here? Oh, we got the ale. Okay. Let's get this dude, I guess. Wait, no, let's get the scientist. Okay, you and Mr. Zach charge into the room. 10 lemons, a hunting shotgun, a bolt-action rifle, and some flares. Wow. 2 items. Ooh, well, I've already got 10 lemons, and those cure scurvy. Poorly aligned sights, ineffective against smaller targets. Bright lights and heat without an explosion for alerting humans and alarming wildlife can be carefully disassembled for fuel. Huh. So the bolt action is ineffective against small targets. Hunting shotgun for fuel and for alerting humans. Jeez. I think both guns are going to be better. And ample ammunition. Okay, so we did our duty. I think we've done everything we need to do here. Okay, up we go. We've already put food in the hoosh. No one is cold, so we don't have to worry about this. There's actually 2 spots. Oh, that's actually really nice. Let me go out. Go up. So we want to send people out. So this is still 3. So it's a minimum of 3 dogs, regardless of what we do. Research the formation of under ice melt. Oh, that's a shame. You go out. An ice crevice. Cool. I think we're good on food for right now, though. Assign any amount of people to gain that amount of animal resources. I don't think we need food right now, per se. How many people do we have for stuff? We still got 2 here and 3 here. You know, I could do this. Let's send him out. So penguins. Send her out. Research. Observe the effects of the summer melt. Lots of research out here. Let's go down below. We will get... So we need 3 people. Oh, it's scientists. That sucks. That sucks a lot. If I had known that, man. Oh well, good to know. Good to know now. Could I bring them out to hunt? Is there anything else to do? Do I want to send them out for this? Up to 4. I think I always want to get as many as I can. Like, I don't want to waste getting the animal resources. That being said, I've got 3 people not doing anything. I don't know if there's any benefit to having spare bodies. Furnace plus 10. Who cures demoralization? That would be 6, 12, 18 extra food. I think getting something will be better than... I mean, am I going to be traveling all around? Don't really know. Three, 6, 9. So that's also 3. 3, 3. Oh, these are 4. So they would normally be 5 then. Oh, and that makes sense because these would be... Yeah. Dun dun dun. Okay. I think it's better to take the chance. Get the food while we can. All right. We're locked in. Everybody's locked in. But we got everything from in here. The crew have their meal. The dinner is shared. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Despite the time, it is still bright light outside. So is it time to talk to everyone again? Not going to get rest anytime soon, are we? No. Could have used more hands. Hammond is worth 5 men, but even then. You ever get the feeling you're being watched, Shaw? Couldn't shake the feeling. There was a pair of eyes on me while I was working there. You're overworked. You should get some proper rest. I don't know. What did I say Hammond liked? He liked being... He liked having his work affirmed. You're overworked. You should get some proper rest. He's not going to want like that. The isolation might be getting to you, Hammond. Yes, I'm sure there's a terrible, undiscovered beast lurking in the mist. I don't know if he'd like being dismissive. Damn. This sucks. You're overworked. You should get some proper rest. I don't think he'd like that. Isolation might be getting to you, Hammond. These feel the same, though. This is the only one different. Huh. So he does like... He likes being affirmed for his work, but he likes maybe joking around a little bit, too. Okay. Write some notes down on these people. Hammond. Joking. Inacknowledged for work. Alright, that should be Hammond. Okay, up we go. Let's listen in. More of the same tonight. We'll have to get used to it. Not much you can do with the ice. We'll figure something to do, won't we? We'll have to. Dad and son, you're pretty old, aren't you? Good eye, lad. Better than mine. Why are you still working? You should be at home with your family. Don't have... Oh. The runt is talking with the old guy. Okay. Don't have one. Do you not have any children? I might do. Don't know any, though. You know, as far as rations go, this is good. Junior sure knows how to prepare dinner, doesn't he? He's too good for a ship like this. Let's deal with Junior. Evening. Before we took off, Grimly and I stopped into a Greasy Spoon in the city. Their sausage and eggs was perfect, best I've ever had. Now I'm trying to remember its damn name. It's left my head. Junior, huh? Joking. Why didn't you write it down? I don't think that would be good. It didn't take you for the sort to enjoy the city. I don't know if he would like us being I know his brother wouldn't like that one. It was likely by the docks. Just look around once we return. You'll find it. Maybe we should ask about him. Just the food, Shaw. The people, well, not all of them are bad. Okay. There's hay in there. Yeah, maybe so. Alright, let's deal with Grimly. It's getting harder to play. Cold makes the fingers stiff. Shh. Oh my goodness. Grimly, huh? I'm just looking for one that resonates with him. Power through it for the crew's sake. Have you ever tried playing closer to the furnace? It wouldn't be a complete loss if you stopped. God, would he actually like that, though? Maybe he'd respect it. And maybe I should stop trying to be buddy-buddy with him. Fuck. Okay. So no, he doesn't like the hard stance. Whatever. I'm already like rock bottom with him. Like actually rock bottom with him. Doctor... I'm like decent with most other people. In fact, if I get Junior again next week, he'd be pretty good. Let's talk to the doctor. Captain, is there anything you miss from home? I don't mean anything important. I'm sure there are people you miss. I mean small comforts. Okay. Nutley. He likes being given tasks. So he likes being trusted. Asking about him? Maybe? Why linger on it? It's best to keep your focus on our current situation, people mostly. Does warmth qualify as a small comfort? Well, you certainly aren't alone there. I doubt I'll ever grow used to the cold. So in his case, he was asking specifically about a comfort. Personally, I miss tea. I would drink a cup every morning and right before sleep. I didn't think I would miss such a simple habit so much. Okay, so we're good with the doctor. Let's talk with Templeton. If you find yourself struggling with boredom, I do have a book I would recommend. A textbook on different classes of wildflowers. The topic is more interesting than it may seem, I assure you. Would I? It's the first time Templeton's shown any... I doubt that will have much application on the ice. He might like us to be, like, strictly focused on the situation. Probably doesn't want us asking about him. So, Templeton, agreeing with his opinion, and maybe show interest in what he likes when he brings it up. We probably don't need to ask about him. So Templeton's taken care of. Kurt's already maxed out, but... Evening, Shaw. I've been thinking about our pay once we return to land lately. Don't mistake me for the avaricious sort, but I do have expenses to pay. Before we departed, I received a letter from one of my daughters asking to cover the cost of her stage school. It'd be a shame to promise a luxury only to retract it, don't you think? I wasn't aware you had a daughter, Kurt. 2, in fact. Both with the first wife. Yeah, he wasn't specifically asking us to pay it or something. He was just randomly talking about it. So... I think we're pretty good. I kind of like the starting from the bottom and moving up. Kurt... At the bow, you spot Kurt, measuring for any changes in the temperature. Still fast. No signs of any change. He notices you and gives a wave. Doubt we'll be moving anytime soon, Captain. Of course, sometimes you never know with the ice. You should get some rest. I'll let you know if anything changes. Let's pet these dogs. Good evening, Captain. Will this take long? The dogs are fed and rested. However, I dislike leaving them alone. That would be my hope, but you can never be certain. Captain, a word. I felt now as good a time as any to review the wording in our contracts. You do remember what was written in your contract. Well, I suggest you become more acquainted in the future. Consider Article 3, and I quote, "The members of the staff shall throughout the period of such expedition obey all commands of the captain and shall use his best endeavors to promote the success of the same. And in the event of anything happening to the captain, shall obey all commands of any member of the staff who shall be appointed by the captain in writing before his death. This man is going to say that we write a letter in Hunt's name, isn't he? It being understood that the rest of the staff shall hold the same relations towards any member of the staff so appointed as towards the captain, as appointed by the captain in writing before his death. I mean, I know what he's trying to say. Are you contesting my leadership, Templeton? I don't understand. Was I not voted in as captain? The vote we held settled what is only a temporary arrangement in the eyes of the law. Even then, you only made it through by a hair. Unless you somehow managed to wrestle a written transfer of captaincy from Hunt before his departure, in the eyes of the law, you were simply acting in his stead with no legal recourse to call upon. There is a chance Hunt and the deserters are still out there. Should we be reunited, your captaincy will indeed be called into question. I do think this is a good question to ask. Templeton, why are you so invested in the captaincy? I am invested in the survival of this mission and providing appropriate guidance. You may presume an ulterior motive, but you know my reasoning is sound. The loyalty of the crew means everything. Get them on your side, Shaw. Keep them on your side. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Templeton. Yeah. I think this is more likely what Shaw is thinking, but, you know, we have been humoring Templeton for the most part. Yeah, there we go. I suggest you start with the Stoke brothers. It seems they speak for many of the sailors. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I don't know about Grimley. Grimley's freaking hard to figure out. That should be it, though. So, as usual, we end our week in the captain's quarters. So the -10, crew members will be cured of their malnourishment. Crew members will develop freezing. So we can still go low on fuel, actually. Is there any benefit? There's no benefit to being high. Oh, but morale goes up. That's interesting. Do I need morale to go up? Well. I don't think so. Although maybe... Let's try it. Three Adelaides, 16 crew available. Relefty raised their spirits after speaking to Kasha, no longer demoralized. Excellent. Dude, there's 40 weeks in this game. That's actually kind of crazy. So I can technically go back to week 4. That's interesting. Alright, let's do our captain's cabin meetings. Got Hammond, we got Cordell, and we got Kurt. Templeton, Kurt, Cordell, and Hammond stand inside, the beginnings of a meeting. Well, Captain, it's been 3 weeks. Kurt tells me there's still no change in the ice. None. And best I can estimate, what change we will see won't free the ship. I predict the Temperance is more likely to be crushed under the pressure of the ice. And how long will that take? A few weeks at most. Unfortunately, we may have to look at alternatives rather than waiting for the ice to break up. Such as? So Kurt is similar to Templeton in that he likes being reaffirmed. It's like he just likes to be trusted for his judgment. And quite frankly, I don't know who else we would trust. Like, even if he is, even if he's wrong, right? Like, you know, Hunt was saying earlier, I mean, that he doesn't know if that Kurt's too old, basically. But I don't have that kind of experience. Shaw doesn't have that kind of experience of dealing with expeditions and the ice and judging that kind of thing. So I think we have to rely on the people that we have on this crew. So leaving the Temperance and making camp on the ice is something we will have to consider. Aye, the longer we stay on this ship, the more fuel we're having to burn. Not to mention risking another boiler incident. Yes, that matter almost costs lives. Heating a smaller camp burns through much less oil. And without enough fuel to survive a winter, we're dead. Don't think I need to tell you that. I would not be quite so quick to pack up and move out just yet. And why is that? The ship is shelter, the ship is safety. Currently, there are quite a few hunting opportunities presented to us. We will need to gather more food if we are to survive, and the ship provides a safe area to hunt from. Right, and most of the crew aren't ready to give up either. They're stubborn, just as any good crew should be. I'd rather not play into stubbornness when lives are on the line. He has a point. Crew thinks we gave up too early. If the crew thinks we gave up too early, they'll resent the captain for it. Though we now have a serious bloody flooding problem. We do? Aye. You might not have noticed if you'd left your damn forecastle. It is safer to take the time to gather what we need before we leave, rather than raid the ship once we make ice. Well, the answer lies with the captain. Should we move off the ship this week? So I think everyone seems to be hinting to remain for right now. God dang it. Clive Hammond. When we remove the boiler from the furnace, that is when we make our move. When you feel we're ready to go, just go to the boiler room and give the order. Okay, so what do I actually need to do? Cordell Tucker, Mr. Zach Grimley. Captain, my dogs appear to be struggling in the on-deck kennels. They require a more secure form of shelter from the environment. Dog glues, I believe they are called. Yes, I will require some hands to work on constructing them. It is for the health and safety of the pack. Without them, the crew stands little chance of safety themselves. That is true. God. Just seeing this guy's face just... Shaw. There's a rumor going around amongst the crew. They're saying the ship is haunted by the ghost of Captain Hunt. What a ridiculous tripe. I thought you'd want to put a stop to it. Damn it. Aye, crew won't be pleased you're stopping their stories. It's better than allowing fear and superstition to run wild. Aye. Alright, well, that was a rough loss. Okay. The mast was damaged when the ship was being tossed a while back, Captain. Best get someone to fix it before Temperance is freed. Freed? Aye, ship could come loose any moment. Heading up to repair the mast is a dangerous task. We don't even know if this ship will sail if the ice clears. It would be worth it, though. Let's put a halt to it for now. But be diplomatic about it. We need the bodies for doing other useful things. I was summoned by Mr. Templeton. Yes, Mr. Isaac, this is regarding your personal item. What do you mean? I felt it pertinent to let the captain know that you are carrying a weapon. Perhaps this is my unfamiliarity with expeditions, but I was surprised others did not bring an item to protect themselves. Many of the crew cannot afford such an item to themselves. Captain, it is up to you on what to do with this revolver. With all due respect, this is my personal item, Captain. It is the captain's right to requisition any weapons on the ship that include your own. First off, I don't really like this guy. And I agree. That would be 3 guns on the hunts. Jesus. That weapon will be more useful in the hands of Cordell for the hunts. Very well, Captain. Cool. I understand. We would do well to avoid creating an imbalance of power among the crew. I doubt the sailors would take too kindly to such a thing. Okay, so head to the boiler when you wish to abandon ship. I suggest we do so sooner rather than later. I think next week. So we got what's-his-face demoralized. So let's go ahead and put him in here. Wait. Okay, so all these places are useless. Let's put our demoralized scientist, since he can't be used anyway. Okay, 5 decorum. That's good. So I have 15 crew. Let me put some in the hoosh. I got lots of food. Oh, no, I don't. Cures demoralization. Cure scurvy. $67, $87. Right. Did I put coal? Wait a minute. Can you actually do that? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, game. That's annoying. Will remain for now. Let's do these. Do Cordell first. I'll put some of the crew to work on it. We want to get all the dogs off that we can. Grimly. We'll lose the 10 here. Tucker. Excuse me? And Zach is demoralized. Okay. Okay, so again, we're going to do this. Nobody needed in here yet. So we can do the talking to people after we do the first part of the day. So let's get the scientist in here. Let's get our research guy. Go back. Okay. So. Crate of spoiled rations. What? Plus 10 hoosh causes malnutrition? What? That's not very good. Damn. Okay, sack of coal. Oh, hold on. Let me see about these dogs. If we're gonna get off the ice. Wait. Where's the option to... Oh, here it is. Out here. So we need 3 people. Fine. Let's get him, and him. Plus 1 sledding dog? Wait, what? Are we only building 3? 3, 4, 5, 6. Cordell shows the crew how to assemble the snowy shelters. So is that only going to be for 3 sledding dogs? Okay. I want to research. Research the formation of under ice melt pools. Research an ice crevice. Observe the effects of the summer melt. What does research do? Right. Research. All documents findings during your expedition, including pages of cautious report. Research will be measure of your expedition's success despite the circumstances. Interesting. That is interesting. I think research will be an afterthought. We have problems with food. Let's send 4 people to hunt. Oof. So I've got 3 scouts, 2 engineers. 2 engineers will be there for... Look at all that. Hold on. Go back. So if I hunt the seal, 1, 2, so that's 4. So that would be 5 seal because of this. That seems pretty good. Okay, so we've got hunting. Damn, I'm really not happy with this food preparation business. I'm assuming that we'll get bad tins of food. But okay, we'll add some stuff to there. Okay, nobody is... Cures crew of freezing. So nobody's freezing anyway. So let me come down here. Wait, did I not get coal? Oh, I did get coal. Put the 2 engineers. Okay, so I should have 7 coal. So we should be good for a little while on coal. Okay. So we got coal taken care of. Let's go up. Up. Nothing going on here. Okay, we need to explore. -3, -3, -3, -4, -4. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3, 6, 9. So we could do something. Let's send the scouts out. There's the penguins. What is that? Fish? Cool. Let's send someone on a 3. Research. Okay. So at least we know where some food is. Alright, we should be on... dinner. The crew have their meals. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Despite the time, it's still bright light outside. Got the brothers. And I swear, when that hook came swinging, Captain Hunt had to pull me down. That was 5-6 years ago. I had no clue what I was doing. Both of us nearly lost an eye that day. Same expedition Ward lost his arm. Half the time, I don't think Hunt knew what he was doing either. Must be diplomatic here. Oh, you have a new captain now. I'll steer you right. Aye, he is. Did you need something? I don't think that he likes affirmation. Just checking in on my crew. God damn it, Grimly. I don't care about that. I genuinely am checking in. I mean, that is true. Oh, is that it, Shaw? Oh, is that it, Shaw? Why would I be worried? The vote passed and I'm the captain. I'm curious why you voted the way you did. I don't care about that. I genuinely am checking in. Is there an issue I'm not aware of? It's going to take more than simple pleasantries to earn Grimly's trust. I mean, sure, but like we're kind of like stuck, aren't we? Whatever. Captain, on evenings like this, my good friend Caroline and I would often play chess by the fireside. Makes me wish I had brought a board with me. It would have made for some light entertainment. That's probably true. Well, we can't turn back time, can we? Let's go talk to... what's his face? Hammond. One of Templeton's team tried to talk to me while I was working. They were going on and on about their spouse or something. Ended up telling them to fuck off. They think they got the message. Huh. He probably doesn't want to be told he's diplomatic. Okay, up we go. We talk to these people again? Jesus Christ. Missed the water. Got used to playing on a rocking ship. Start feeling sick when I'm off too long. Like, he doesn't like joking, right? Like, he doesn't seem like... You'll get used to this too, I assure you. He probably doesn't want... I mean, does he want us to be... He liked it when we told the crew off. Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. All right. He doesn't seem to like us asserting ourselves, right? He doesn't like... He likes Hunt a lot for some reason. So if we assert ourselves as captain... First person I've met, he doesn't seem to like joking. Don't like stillness. I like feeling I'm going somewhere. Ever had pancakes, Shaw? Served some for Captain Hunt once and he started demanding them every time. Can only have them early into a trip though. Ingredients don't keep that long. Sure, you can make something similar with what we have. So, I mean, all these sound kind of complimentary to his cooking. Hunt was fond of your cooking, wasn't he? I'm sure you can make something similar with what we have. Hey, now that is a challenge. Don't know how that would turn out for us, Shaw. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go up. Let's talk with Mr. Kurt. Kurt seems pretty easy. It's rather morbid, Shaw, but our last conversation had me wondering about those children of mine. Specifically, I wondered on whether I'd ever see them again. It's not something you should imagine, I know, but that threat always exists on these expeditions. I signed on knowing that. Not at all. Not as close as I should be. Even the youngest has grown now, Shaw. My time to be a parent came and went. I chose the ice. It's kind of sad. Oh, did I already talk to him? Guess so. Evening, Captain. Have you been reading that textbook? I understood if you do not have the free time. I mean, how am I supposed to lie? Is there a time when I can actually read it? It's quite interesting. You're right, I haven't found the time yet. I mean, maybe we have been reading. Okay. See, that's kind of a limitation of the game, I would think. What do you have in your pocket? What does it matter to you? Hunched over, clutching something? It's suspicious. I'm holding an egg. An egg? Why? Keep my hands warm. Boiled eggs keep heat. That is actually rather ingenious. We know the cold better than you lot anyway. Still no signs of change, I take it. Afraid not, Templeton. The ice is yet to budge. Moving to the ice looks more and more of a necessity as I see it. You may just be right, chum. Your team of scouts best be keeping their focus. If we cannot find a way from this pack, the two notice you. Ah, Captain. I wouldn't worry about the ice. My team will find a path, I have no doubt. Promise my team won't grow lazy. Certainly not the place for it. Let's talk with Cordell. It was good to hear that Higgs recovered from their wounds. That incident with the boiler was rather dire. If nothing else, we can take solace in avoiding a life being lost. The building next to my kennels would often play music on a phonograph. I would hear it through the open door for months on end. I would hear it as I worked. Over time, I had grown used to it. Do you miss it? To an extent, more so I miss the routine. Yep. What are we looking at? I think everyone is accounted for this week. Oh, not the scientists, though. Dang it. We just didn't have enough dogs. No, we used 3 dogs to build the kennels over there. I don't know if that was... Well, anyway, We're done with the week, it looks like. All right, let's see here. Plus 30. I'm kind of interested in getting full decorum. Kind of. I'm worried though if we... I'm very worried about it getting cold and us not having enough fuel. Five Crabtree, 14 crew available. Is it gonna save? Saved game to tree. Alright, I think we're going to end here for right now. Week 7. It's pretty good. It was a very long stream, and I didn't get nearly as far as I thought we would. Like, this thing's 40 weeks, and we're only on week 7. I gotta get moving on these things. Anyway, we're gonna end it here, and we'll hopefully pick back up and finish pretty soon. Maybe later tonight. Well, not finish the game, but might pick up later tonight. Should try to pick up tomorrow. I have a trip to go on Tuesday, but hopefully it's only a one-night trip, or less than a night, just a day trip. Anyway, that's going to be it for now. Thank you for watching.